And we are about to get underway back at the Birdcage. Saturday afternoon baseball. It's Valentine's Day, and sure, you might be able to go out on a date with your significant other, but there is no better spot to be than right here and right now for some Tampa baseball. I'm not saying that because I am single. Taylor Storley, Landon Wise on the broadcast again today. Landon, we are back for some more Tampa action. Who are you excited to see?
Man, I'm just excited to see just like all the players, especially just as a freshman, trying to get to know the team all around. And after just seeing just this team yesterday, and there's a couple players that impressed me yesterday. As I look at the roster, Joander Rogan, I think that's his name, with the 2 home run bombs, quite impressive for yesterday showing. And just our pitchers, Sammy Beer and if I can get his name right, Robert Satin, just all-around developed players. So I'm just overall looking forward to some great baseball tonight, and this beautiful weather, 79 degrees. It can't get better than that, Taylor. So, yeah, I'm just excited just for some action, and, yeah.
It should be an exciting game. We've got John-Luc Glanton taking the mound for the Spartans. The right-hander making his 3rd start of the season. He'll be taking the ball today, and last time out he did surrender a run, but it was still a comfortable victory for Tampa over Montevallo last Saturday. 8 2/3, 5 hits, 1 run, 4 walks, 9 strikeouts to start the season. Coach Joe Urso said he'd like to see him establish the fastball command early in his at-bats today, and we'll see if he can do just that. As we get started, let's give you the post-starting 9. There are a couple of changes from yesterday, but the leadoff man is the same. It's the true freshman, Kevin Diaz. He'll be followed by Rene Vega III, followed by Andrew Hartman. Evan Ergolovich is going to bat 4th, with Jaron Foster batting 6th. The RBI man, Evan Cornwell, who delivered a huge bases-loaded hit against Satin, is back batting 6th in the order. Ryan Davey bats 7th. Andrew Reimstein gets the start at the catcher position today, batting 8th. And Gil Dolan is batting 9th. So a couple of swaps across the order. Notably, 2 switch hitters in the lineup today for the post offense. The man on deck, Vega, is able to hit from the right and left side of the plate and going up against the righty. He'll be in that left batter's box, and he might be on his way there as that one's popped up for Vanacek and foul off the net. That'll bring the count to 1-1. Notably, we saw Cornwell primarily bat from the right-handed batter's box yesterday, going up against Tampa's lefty ace. And apart from facing Sammy Beer once, we'll get to see more action from the shortstop from the right-hand side of the batter's box. Sometimes if you're a switch hitter, you'll have one side you prefer a little bit more. And that's also sometimes the case when you're a switch pitcher, too, although those are unbelievably rare. Ooh, that one missed from Glanton. Coach Urso said he'd love to have his command improve off the start. Well, that's not going to do that job, unfortunately. 2-1 count. Good job ducking out of the way, though, for Kevin Diaz. Went 0 for 4 yesterday. Tipped foul. Good fastball there from Glanton. And that'll level the count at 2-2. Very warm weather here at game time, 3 p.m. Eastern. 2-2 on the way. Chopped foul, and Diaz stays alive. 77 degrees today. It's the hottest Tampa start we've had all season here at home. After a bit of a cold stretch as of late, things are starting to heat up. Another 2-2 to Diaz from Glanton. Hit to third. Fikar is there. It's in fair territory. And with a big throw, he retires Diaz. 1 away. Let's set up the Tampa defense quick because there are some changes. Soto's in left, Evans in center, Books in right. Fikar at third, Ponce at short, Woodburn at second, Vanacek at first. Irigoyen forms the battery with Glanton. But notably, Landon, we've got Fikar at the hot corner. He's been a defensive stub a couple times, but the freshman's going to get his first career start today as there's a swing and a miss for strike 1 against Vega. Vega is a sophomore out of Blauvelt, New York, a business major. He'll be behind 0-2. Glanton able to quickly get ahead. It is 5 lefties in a row, counting Vega and Cornwell in this post order. That'll be something that Clanton has to deal with. But he gets his first one looking. Strike 3. And that is exactly where you want the strike 3 pitch to go. That'll bring Harmon to the plate. He had a bit of a quiet second half of the game yesterday, but he did start the second inning with a single against Satin, and then was able to get on board with an error, a rare error from Ponce. Although the error from Ponce, kind of unfortunate, he was able to pick up a hard grounder backing up, and his toss to Vanacek was just offline. Normally, the first baseman's usually able to turn and make the tag, but Hartman's got great hustle in the base path, although this time no glove flip needed, and easy out number 3, and the inning is done. So a quick first inning for Glanton as he tries to make it through at least 5 on the bump. Tampa will get ready to go in the bottom of the first as they look to score more than 5 today.
A place called the University of Tampa.
The warm-up wrapping up for Justin Hascup, who makes his debut on the mound against the Spartans. He's a pretty high-profile freshman for Post University. He had over 200 strikeouts in high school, including 20 wins as a starter. Well, not an easy opponent for his first collegiate appearance. Let's see how Tampa lines up for this Saturday game, and they have been shuffling the lineup. It'll be Jesse Ponce leading off for the Spartans, followed by Braden Woodburn. Jordan Evans moves from the leadoff man to third in the order, with Jake Books batting fourth. Yoander Irigoyen bats fifth, and batting in sixth is Walker Vanacek. Batting in seventh, Gunnar Carlson returns to the order with Javi Soto in eighth. Luke Fikar makes his debut in the lineup in ninth. Strike one to Ponce. First pitch, first strike out of the freshman. Ponce very exciting to see for the Spartans as he gets back into action today. And he's going to hit one off of Hascup right to the first baseman. Hascup able to brush himself off, one away.
Dang, very unlucky.
He will get checked out on the mound, but the initial reaction is a positive sign, him kind of shaking it off. Skold will come out there to check on him. He'll probably get a warm-up pitch before he gets a chance to face Woodburn as they double check. That's not how you want the first at-bat to go. A comebacker straight to the mound. But the good news is, Hascup looks to be in good spirits. You know, he kind of looked down his leg and just brushed himself off. So it didn't look like, apart from maybe leaving a bit of a bruise, because naturally it's going to, and he's going to be too shaken up after the play. It does definitely benefit that Ergolovic was able to get the bounce as it rolled right to him. One away now for Braden Woodburn.
It all worked out for the Post Eagles, but definitely an owie for sure. Definitely need to get some ice after that game.
There were a couple of Spartan batters hit by pitches yesterday. Woodburn, no stranger to it, he got plunked twice. Called that a hit by pitch for the pitcher instead for that first out, and it's ball one, a little low to Woodburn. Tampa's been getting plunked quite a bit this year, surprisingly. 13 hit by pitches entering the day today, although for a team that is number 65 for hits on the season, a single roped up the middle. Tampa's got a runner for Jordan Evans. This is exactly where Evans wants to be in the order if he wants RBIs. Third, he got a base runner to work with. Main tricky thing for him, he's been a very effective leadoff man. It just hasn't put him in a position where he has runners in scoring position yet. But maybe if Woodburn steals, he'll have a chance right here. Squares up, ball almost gets away. Great block by the rookie catcher Reimstein. He's listed as an infielder on the Post roster, but he's getting his first career start in the battery alongside Hascup. And I tell you, it's not an easy position to play, so he's definitely someone with experience at that spot before.
For sure, Taylor. Definitely one of the hardest positions to play in this sport.
That one gets away on a swing and a miss. And I think they actually are going to call it a tip on Evans. Or not. Nope, pass ball. That's going to put the runner in scoring position. It will add a strike to the count, though. 1-1. We actually saw something similar yesterday with the Tampa runner on. I'm pretty sure it was Ponce who was able to advance an extra base on a passed ball after the pickoff throw that had gone away from him early. This time a bit of an awkward pass ball getting past Reimstein on a swing and a miss. 1-1 to Woodburn. He'll square up, and he'll take down low. So good take by Evans. Woodburn still in scoring position. 2-1. That one popped up by Evans. Could be dangerous in no man's land. Ergolovic makes the catch. And thinking about tagging up to third, but thinking better of it, is Woodburn. 2 away. Jake Books will step up with a man in scoring position. This is definitely not an easy group of batters for the freshman Hascup to face. Notably, Jake Books, a D1 transfer out of Coastal Carolina. So he's not only graduating Hascup from facing high school arms, he's now got to worry about a member of a national championship winning side. And not just for the D2 level, but for D1, as that's a first pitch strike to Jake Books. Put up a .613 OPS last season at Coastal Carolina. Not bad numbers. He also had a .416 on base percentage with them back in 2023. He's doing pretty close to those numbers here at Tampa so far. Here's the 0-1. Books also 9 RBIs on the season, as that one's good blocked as it goes down low. I do wonder if there's a high school connection between Reimstein and Hascup, but there really isn't. Hascup comes out of Old Bridge, New Jersey. Reimstein out of Sarasota, Florida. But both of these rookies making their career starts together, forming the battery for Post. And is that a balk or no? Time called by the batter. Still 1-1. Books will get a chance to stretch out. Maybe a little bit of mind games to Clayton on the mound so far. Let's see how the next pitch goes. Down to the dirt. That'll jump the count to 3-1 the books. Because I actually believe that they called a pitch clock violation or a step-off violation or something on Haskip. Either way, they added the ball to the tally earlier. Books could get a free pace. Uruguayans on deck. Books down the line, picked up by Urgulovic, and it's a Haskip escape for the bottom of the first inning. His first collegiate frame gets him in a little bit of trouble, but thanks to Urgulovic getting a deflection, getting a pop out, and getting the ground out, he gets him out of the jam. Still tied after one. I think we've been muted for about a minute now. That is a very embarrassing thing for us on the broadcast. We apologize as the game has continued. We are back top of the second. But either way, to fill you in case you have missed anything, a ground out and an error by Ponce. But Ponce is going to field it cleanly this time. To Woodburn, to first, 6-4-3. Double play, inning over, and it's a quick top of the second. Glanton getting out of trouble.
There's a place somewhere between beach and bustle, steeped in warmth, bursting with growth. A place where the cutting edge blends with the crafted edge, and community and connection form across classes and cultures. There is a place where people go shoulder to shoulder instead of head to head, where opportunity
The warm-up's complete. Bottom of the second about to begin. We do apologize as we both had a little skill issue with the broadcast, accidentally having it muted, but we are good to go for the next inning. And while we were muted, we were discussing Tampa's rookie third baseman, who will get a chance either this or next inning, Luke Fikar. Did you know, back with his previous school, he was a two-way player just like Shohei Ohtani. You know Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, of course.
He is a star, and Fikar has the chance to do the same. He had a really good throw to start the inning from the hot corner, and I believe that him being a two-way player gives him that ability to make those good throws across the diamond, a lot like another Tampa veteran, Anthony Nunez.
Absolutely, Taylor.
Anyway, it won't be him leading off. Instead, it's Irigoyen. And Irigoyen's going to get on board with a base hit up the middle. Clean hit for Irigoyen, and it's a leadoff single for the Spartans. Not a home run, but JoJo can be excited to start Valentine's Day with a base hit. Every time I've mentioned his lower batting average on the broadcast, he's had a home run to the point where his batting average is no longer low. It's now at 304 on the season. So anyway, Vanacek steps in. He does have a slightly lower average at 235. Will he drop the bunt or will he swing away? First pitch to Tampa's first baseman. Oh, chopped swing. It's a bit of a swinging bunt. He'll be out, but he advances the runner. Well, if you have an awkward check swing, that's not a terrible outcome to pick up off of it. Gunnar Carlson's back in the order. He featured earlier in the season for the Spartans, but has mainly been on the bench the last few days. Carlson recently transferred out of Rice, had a home run in the D1 level last year. Five RBIs on the season for the left-handed batter. So both Tampa and Post bringing more left-handed bats into the order today. Ball one, low and away. Books and Ponce are everyday starters for the Spartans, so that's always two left-handed bats you can kind of pencil in for Tampa. But Post shuffling around with a few more. Good take down low. Carlson gets up 2-0. Fikar is about to step into the on-deck circle. Javi Soto is currently there. We'll be interested to see how Fikar does in one of his first at-bats of his career. He might have two base runners with it, though, as Carlson's going to get ahead 2-0. 3-0. A big thing for Carlson, if he walks, that opens up a double play opportunity for Post. Tampa turned one not too long ago. Ponce doing a great job to make up for the error on his previous throw. As long as you don't force Ponce to do insanely crazy highlight plays all the time, he'll usually be very good at making defensive stops. There have been no complaints about his defense from Coach Urso at all. And even on the slightly missed bobble, which was credited as an error, you can't really blame Ponce for it because that's a hard ball to get under. 3-1 now to Carlson. Haskup does find the zone. But that is his first. No, it isn't. I thought it was going to be ball four. It is not his first collegiate walk.
Wow. I thought it'd be a walk, too.
That's why we're not the umpires. We're just in the booth. That was right on the edge of the zone. 3-2 on the way. I believe it is our same umpire crew. We'll confirm that next inning. But for now, it's Carlson and the payoff pitch from Haska. And he'll step off using his lone timeout. I think batters and pitchers only get one timeout. You can obviously disengage as much as you'd like in this level. 3-2 again. High, and that time it's ball 4. First collegiate walk surrendered by Haska. But against Tampa, that will happen eventually. 2 on for Javi Soto. I was able to catch up with Sammy Beer a bit before the game, and he mentioned that there are always so many strong schools at the JUCO level across the state of Florida. He came from Indian River State College last year. Javi Soto, one of the many Spartan players to come out of Santa Fe College, who play in the same Citrus Conference in the NJCAA. Foul, strike 1 on the bunt. And I asked him, how has he been adjusting to the D2 level? He actually said, for right now, it feels not too different from pitching at the Citrus Conference level. And I think it really does show you that even when you look at D1 programs compared to D2 and D2 programs compared to NAIA and NJCAA, the difference isn't that deep. A lot of these programs are pretty close to each other. In fact, a lot of people, and I'm inclined to agree, would say that Tampa's got the strength and prestige of pretty much a D1 program. If you think about all our athletics, all of our sports are national championship contenders, sadly except soccer, but even our soccer program's not too bad. Lacrosse programs, top in the nation. Softball, continually one of the best in the region. Last year, runner-ups in the national championship. And volleyball, they also made it to the semifinals. This should be 2, though. Hit to third. Throw to first is not in time, and it actually pulls the first baseman away. It was a chance for a 5-4-3 double play. Good throw from Davey to Vega. Vega didn't have time to turn it to first. Another fielder's choice for out number 2. Carlson out. Irigoyen 90 feet away. And Soto's at first. And here comes Luke Fikar. No collegiate hits yet for the Spartans. The junior out of Hillsborough Community College is ready to go. If there was only 1 out, maybe... Well, actually, hold on. There is only 1 out. I feel like, nope, there is 2 outs. I saw the scoreboard out at the center field. The beautiful Fred E. Pollock scoreboard, which just got added this year. It says 1 out, but it's actually 2 in the frame. But if there was only 1 out, I wouldn't put a squeeze off the table here for Fikar, given how Ursos applauded his ability to be very crafty with the bat, and a very good defender too. He's down 1-1 now on a swing and a miss. Last season, Fikar was able to hit .340 and actually pick up 15 steals. No long balls. That's all right. He's also had a 4.7 ERA on the mound. Would love to see him take the mound later for the Spartans, although I don't think he will be able to match the 96-mile-an-hour fastballs that Anthony Nunez was able to throw sometimes. That's the reason that Nunez got signed by the Mets and then traded to the Orioles for Cedric Mullins. Tipped foul. We saw a swing and a miss actually lead to a passed ball earlier. Wonder if Reimstein actually hasn't had as much experience as you'd expect at catcher. But he's earned the trust from Coach Skold to get the start there today. Maybe it's a bit of a money ball situation where they tried to get Scott Hattenberg to play first base even though he didn't know how, but in reverse, an infielder playing catcher. Although he's looked good with some blocks so far. 1-2, high, ball 2. Davey, Cornwell, Vega, Urgalovich, the infield defense, Dolan, Diaz, Foster, the outfield defense. The 1-2's fouled back. Fikar stays alive. A team like Tampa can definitely afford to have one of their bats be a little bit weaker if they're really good at the glove. Tampa's offense just as a whole is always really strong. And having a player who can kind of be crafty like Fikar, very useful. Let's see if he can deliver in this pretty clutch spot right here. Ripped to center field. That could hit the gap. It is caught on the run. Just enough time for Diaz to track it down. Strong at bat from Fikar, but he'll leave 2 on the base path. After 1 hit, 1 walk, and a fielder's choice, Tampa scoreless after 2. The game remains tied.
Just another ordinary day at UT.
Ryan Davey gets us started for the top of the third. Got Taylor Storley, Landon Wise back on the broadcast for today's game. Popped up. This could be a blooper, but no, Evans gets there in time, 1 away. One big thing that Coach Urso and post Coach Skold have been trying to emphasize is their goal to get quick outs. And so far, both teams have been doing just that. A very low pitch count early on for Glanton. If he keeps this up, he could be in line for a 6-inning outing. But also keep in mind, Tampa's also going to want to get some middle relievers some action leading into conference play next week. Bobbled by Evans in center field. Throwback to second, not in time. An error after a single by Reimstein puts him in scoring position. The first hit of his collegiate career puts Glanton in a little trouble. Here comes Gil Dolan. Seems like compared to yesterday, both Post and Tampa a little more aggressive in the early going in these plate appearances. High, just outside from Glanton, ball 1. That one flared to left field. If that's fair, it'll bring home a run. That is foul. Just next to the foul pole. 1-1. Davey and Reimstein connected on the first pitches of each of their bats, respectively. Good swing from Dolan on the second of his. Dolan is yet another left-handed batter in the Post order today. Post have stacked their lineup with opposite-handed hitters compared to Glanton's right-handed pitching. And this one's going to be rolled to first. Foul. Would have advanced the runner. But the sophomore will have to try again. Dolan's a transfer out of UMass, previously at the D1 level. There have been plenty of JUCO and D3 transfers also on the Post roster. Plenty of players transferring from schools up in the Northeast, just like Evan Cornwell when he transferred out of Delaware. The 1-2 down low, good block by Irigoyen. Two on the way. Glanton to Dolan. Hit foul. And this will be a longer at bat as it continues. Well worked at bat for the sophomore. Both teams are going to want to push for wins in the series, but it's also a non-conference and non-region series, so in terms of playoff implications, it's not going to be a huge contributor to the benefits of seeding in the early rounds as the count goes 2-2. They're 3-2. Obviously, for Post, they'd love to knock off the the 2 in a row defending champs. That would be a huge win today if they could get it. But at the same time, it's probably not going to push the needle on getting them another seed, but they are going to be able to take the lead. Hit up the middle, it's an RBI single, and a nice hit for Dolan. Reimstein scores from second. 1 on, 1 out, and 1 on the board for Post. For the first time all season, Tampa is trailing. Some well-placed base hits for Post. That is their second hit of the day. Ooh, that one gets away from Irigoyen. That'll put the runner in scoring position. Wild pitch from Glenn. That one ricocheted off the mask of Irigoyen, but he looks all right. One thing I asked Coach Skold what he wants to see out of the team today, he kept it pretty short and sweet. He'd like to see them score more than 2 runs. Well, they've already gone on the board here in the top of the third. And even better, they've kept Tampa off of the board for the moment. Although, easier said than done to continue. And now you wonder if Sam might be making his way to the mound eventually. 2-0 count to Diaz after the RBI single. Diaz is 0 for 5 on the weekend. Clips the corner, 2-1. Another note about Glanton, he's doing a good job of forcing ground balls this year. Usually, Tampa's defense has been able to convert on them. But as you saw with those 2 singles to start the inning, it isn't always going to be the case. That's the risk you play when you're more of a ground ball type of guy, more of a weak contact, pitch to contact type of player. Glanton's got good stuff. I mean, he struck out 9 batters in 9 innings leading into the day today, and he picked up his 10th not too long ago against the man on deck. But it's been soft contact and grounders. That have been the main form of attack for the Post offense. And at the very least here in the top of the third, it's been working. Full count now to Diaz. Vega awaits. Payoff pitch to Diaz. Glanton gets set. Ball 4. Great take by Diaz. As that one falls away from Glanton, it'll give him 2 on the board with a runner at first, a runner at second. And unsurprisingly, Tampa sends Sam Militello out to the mound. Number 22 retired in Sam's honor. He's been Tampa's pitching coach for a while and a former Spartan arm at that. He'll be out there to talk things over with Glanton as Tampa will get a player ready to toss in the bullpen. It looks like King, who's one of the bullpen catchers, could be headed down there. He also is a 2-way player on JV at 3 innings and 8 plate appearances for the JV roster. I imagine he'll be helping someone warm up, but maybe it might be possible that he's warming up. For now, though, Tampa will be hoping Glanton can get out of the jam. The Georgia College transfer has had a solid start to the season. He was an All-American last season in 2024-2025. Had just under a 6 ERA with Georgia College last year. Keep in mind as well that a lot of D2 teams have very high run-scoring stadiums. Pretty sure his ERA was pretty close to the team average for the most part. So it's like some of the numbers we saw from Post players. Well, they've got 6 or 7 ERAs last year, but as a team, Post had a 6.6 ERA as a roster, so 6 ERA looks a lot better in terms of that lens. Tampa's very much different, averaging their team ERA quite a bit lower. Picked up at first. They'll get the out at second, and they will not get the throw to first. 2-0 Post. Can they get the runner out at second? Yes, they will, but the run already scores off the errant second toss. 3-6, missed throw, but the inning does end on the play. As a bit delayed trying to get to second, Vega is out. So a little bit complicated on the base path. Post can definitely be excited about jumping to a 2-0 lead against the Spartans, and it'll be the bottom of the third. How many of those runs will be earned? That is the question that might be on Glanton's mind as he makes his way back to the dugout. Tampa trails 2-0 as we begin the bottom of the third. Not only the first time Tampa has conceded the lead all season, but it's only the second time all year Tampa's given up 2 runs in a single frame. It happened yesterday after a big hit by Cornwell. Tampa needs a little bit of experience playing catch-up, and they've got a good opportunity to do that right here. Top of the order, Ponce leads off for the Spartans. Valentine's Day at the Birdcage. We've got some pretty fun team puns. That was posted on the team Instagram not too long ago. One of them featuring the man on deck. Braden would burn down the world for you. I'll try to drop a few more of those throughout the broadcast as ball one misses the Ponce. He grounded out on a deflection off of the pitcher, Hascup, earlier. 2-0, Ponce gets ahead. Great stuff for Ponce so far in this at-bat. And even though he did have an error earlier on a rough bobble, he then followed it up on the very next at-bat with a 6-4-3 double play. His throw back to Glanton covering first recently was a little offline. Wonder if Glanton was also a little bit uncomfortable receiving it. Usually you don't have to run and cover on a 3-4-6-1 double play opportunity like that. And that instead of 4-0 will be 3-1. Clipping the outside corner, Hascup avoids a 4-pitch walk. Strike 2. Ponce was ready to toss the bat, but no, another good location from the freshman. Tampa's on an 8-game win streak, counting from the 2 national championship victories that ended 2025. Ponce hit to second, picked up on a diving grab, awkwardly bobbled, throw gets away, and Ponce gets tripped up by the first baseman. That's unfortunate because Urgalovich had to dive to the right to try to get the awkward throw from Vega. And as such, he put himself in the middle of the base path where Ponce was running. Nothing you can do there on defense on the play. Ponce reaches safely, and I don't know if it'll be graded as a second Spartans hit or an error out of the shortstop. And by second, I mean it'll actually be scored as the third Spartans hit of the day. Here's Woodburn. Ball almost gets away. Ponce scurries back to first. 1-0. 15 steals last year with Northern Oklahoma. He He's been matching that slash line so far at Tampa. As he got on base at a 400 rate, slugged at a 700 rate. Low and away, they're hoping that Woodburn rolls over this one. 2-0. Braden Woodburn singled earlier, advanced to second on a pass ball, but got stranded in scoring position. And he would burn down the birdcage for the team if it meant getting them a victory. Let's see what other Valentine's puns I can try to use. One of them coming up with Javi Soto. He is sotally in love with you.
That's a smooth one.
3-0 now to Woodburn. Good frame. Strike one there, pulled back in the zone by Reimstein. Good at bat, though, for Woodburn so far. He definitely enjoys being up 3-1 in the count. Bit of activity at the post bullpen. Have to wait and see if they might make a change soon. Foul back, and it's a full count to Woodburn. This is where Tampa has an advantage. A lot of their guys have pitched already this season. They've been able to shake the offseason rust off in game format. For post, they've only had 2 arms outside of Haskell throw. So it would be players making their first appearances with the team and even just of 2026. Runner goes. Foul tip on the payoff pitch. I'd imagine they'll send Ponce again, but he's got to be ready in case of a pickoff throw. Woodburn was actually caught off guard on the pickoff earlier this year. Tampa's 12 for 1 on steals this season. Graham was the only runner thrown out. Woodburn, 7 steals, Evans 4, and Irigoyen 1. Ponce already back at first. He guessed correctly that it was going to be a pickoff throw from Haskell. 3-2 from the freshman to the Spartan senior. So far, Haskell has not encountered his welcome to college moment, if you will. But maybe it's coming here. Fly ball by Woodburn. Is that deep enough? Yes, it is. See ya. 2-run shot. He got on the board yesterday. Gets on the board today. He ties it up in the bottom of the third. He burns down that baseball for his 3rd homer of the year, his 2nd of the weekend, and RBIs 7 and 8. That one went pretty high off the bat, Landon. I wasn't sure if it would clear the fence.
Yeah, it was a pretty close one, but just inches away from the fence.
That'll bring up Evans. He's yet to homer this season, but he's got some pretty good pop behind his bat as well. That's a sigh of relief for John Luke Glanton. In the blink of an eye, the game is all tied. No outs in the bottom of the 3rd. Ball 1 to Evans. 2 full counts in a row for Haskell. He has been in some pretty high leverage at bats. Ooh, that one's just a bit outside. 2-0 now.
Welcome to college moment.
Definitely. And it might be curtains for Haskell in the middle of the AB. Skold's going to head out there to the mound. And whether it is the full change or just a conference, we'll have to wait and see. If it is curtains for Haskell, he's made a solid debut. But obviously, Post want to cycle some arms, and I'd also imagine that Skold might be just checking in with a freshman. Not a great sign to give up 2 balls after a home run. Usually, after you concede, you want to get aggressive and just forget about the previous at-bat. And he thinks that might not have been the case to start here for Haskell. And unluckily for Haskell, his life doesn't get any easier facing the Spartans order. The only easy at-bat is the man who still hit over 350 last year in NJCAA play, Luke Fikar. And I only say that's an easy at-bat because he's got the lowest average of the Spartans starting lineup. So there's the mound visit. They aren't going to pull Haskell, but Skold wanted to chat with his starter to see how the freshman can rally in the 2-0 count. Valentine's Day baseball. Game 2 for most D1 programs around the nation. They celebrated opening Friday last night. There was a kid who hit 3 grand slams in the same game. I believe it was with Baylor. Pretty crazy stuff, 3 grand slams is not easy.
Oh, you know what? I did see that last night. That was pretty good stuff.
I like how ESPN's social media also added, 3 grand slams and 12 RBIs. That's kind of comes with 3 grand slams. It's 4 RBIs each, so you'd expect the guy to get 12 RBIs if he hit 3 grand slams. What would be interesting is if he had more RBIs after.
Oh, for sure.
I know the Oakland A's star, Nicholas Kurtz, he had 4 home run games last season, and that one, well, had the distance of a home run, but not the right direction of a home run. Foul, make it 3-2. High arcing ball onto the street. Jake Books is on deck. Payoff pitch to Evans. A third payoff pitch in a row. And this one plunks Evans. So we've seen a hit, a home run, and a hit by a pitch on these 3-2 counts from Haskup. He also had a walk on a full count pitch against Carlson back in the second inning. Safe to say, when the at-bats get really deep, Haskup's showing some freshman struggles. How can he rally against the lefty? Skold is heading out there, and that will be curtains for Haskup, so we'll get a chance to rally next time he takes the mound. Well, 2 solid innings so far, but his day comes to an end here, and we'll take a quick breather as there's a call to the bullpen. So, call to the bullpen for the first time today from Post University. Jacob Schrage, a freshman out of Stonington, Connecticut, will get going here. He's 6'2", 155 pounds, and he is currently a business administration major. He'll be making his collegiate debut, another true freshman on the Post roster. "19 players listed as freshmen for Post on their roster. And so far, it's 2 arms that are freshmen getting to work right here. Reimstein headed back to the mound to talk it over with Schrage as he gets ready to face Jake Books with a runner on and no one out in the bottom of the third. We'll get you a Haskup's final line score once the runner on base is dealt with. Either he scores for a third earned run or stays put and gets stranded, leaving Haskup with just 2 surrendered on the day. Either way, Tampa would love to strike here. They've already gone on the board. They'd like to try to take their lead back. Double play ball potentially. And it's not going to be one. Ripped into right field. Headed to third is Evans. Runners at the corners with no one out. First pitch from Schrage, and Books gets on top of it. That'll bring up Joander Irigoyen. Always a dangerous force at the plate. He was the player of the game despite 2 insane pitching performances yesterday because he went yard twice yesterday. Big home runs for the Spartans. His 3 RBIs contributed to the 5-2 win. 5 runs, the lowest Tampa has scored today this season outside of their road trip to Georgia College. Tampa's hoping to get on the board more, and they've got a chance to right here. Ooh, that one's going to get away, and the runner isn't going to go home. Evans thinks better of it as the catcher's able to get to it quickly. I think they have brought in Manny Contreras at home plate instead of Reimstein. I don't know when that change happened, but it is actually Contreras in the game. So a wild pitch brings Books to second. Evans was already at third. Ripped into left. That'll bring home one. Will it bring home the other? Rounding third is Books. A 2 RBI single for Irigoyen. It's not a long ball, but it's his 12th RBI of the season, and yet another hit for the Spartan catcher. 4-2 Tampa. And in the blink of an eye, they have flipped the scoreline on its head. The first 4 batters of the inning have each come around to score. We can also officially confirm that it is 3 earned runs to end the day for Haskell. 2 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, 1 walk, and 0 Ks. He'll be looking for his first collegiate strikeout in his next game with the Eagles. Vanacek grounded out last time. A good hit there from Irigoyen. Quick pickoff throw. Irigoyen is safe. Another miss. That'll make the count 1-0 to Schrage. From Schrage to Vanacek. Six hits for the Spartans and 4 runs scored. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Good fastball there for the freshman out of Stonington. Checks the runner. 1-1 count. High and inside, almost forcing Vanacek away. Interesting to see Vanacek kind of go from catcher to first base for the Spartans. He was under former Spartan coach Shane Rowland back in high school at AJ Academy. 2-1 on the way now. Vanacek fouled. It'll be 2-2. No activity from the Post bullpen. They're going to be trusting Schrage to at least get out of this inning. Checks the runner. 2-2. High, ball 3. Gunnar Carlson awaits on deck. And the elite Tampa bats show no signs of slowing down. Another full count here in the frame. Tampa has gotten on base in each of the ones we've had so far. Will they send the runner? Irigoyen's had a steal earlier. He'll stay put. And Vanacek goes down swinging. First collegiate strikeout for Schrage, 1 away. First strikeout Post has been able to record today. Yesterday, Tampa recorded 17 strikeouts against Post. Had 10 from Satin, 7 from Beer. A deadly duo for Tampa out of the bullpen. 17 to 27 outs coming on strikeouts. One away for Carlson. High, ball 1. A big goal from Coach Skold. Get quick outs. That's what he wanted Haskell to do. That's what he'll be looking for from Schrage, and it's a balk. It is a balk from Schrage. We said it yesterday. We were waiting for the balk to happen to give Tampa the runner's advance, not due to a hit or steal cycle where you had a passed ball, wild pitch, and error on the pickoff. Add the balk to that list. Uruguayans in scoring position. Still a 1-0 count after the balk. And make it 1-1. So the freshman gets called for on a balk, but does fire back with a strike, leveling the count against Carlson. 1-1. Fouled away, he'll get ahead 1-2. Always exciting to see a balk happen. They rarely occur, especially at the major league level. I know there's sometimes a walk-off balk has happened. It's got to be the worst feeling in the world for those relievers. 1-2 now to Carlson. The freshman misses low. Sharp break on that offering, but just broke too far into the dirt. 2-2 now. Schrage to Carlson. A line drive to Cornwell could lead to a double play, but hard to convert a double play with a runner at second. Ooh, that one missed a bit high. Full count now, again, for Carlson. And I say again because Carlson actually did have a full count in his first at bat, and it is yet another full count from the post-pitching staff in the inning. There have been 5 now so far. Single, home run, hit by pitch, and strikeout. That's the 4 results so far. Tampa hitting 2 for 3 in these spots in this frame. So here it is. Swing and a miss. He'll get another strikeout on the full count. Great job battling by Schrage. It's not a quick out, but it is out number 2. Here comes Javi Soto. Schrage will step off as we get set. Uruguayans halfway home. Soto looking to drive him home. Fielder's choice last time. He got stuck at first base afterwards. Strike 1, high and inside corner. 0-1. So good start to the at-bat here from Schrage, getting ahead. Soto high, foul, somewhat deep, and out of the park. I think that might have even cleared the bullpen onto the street. Optimistic chase from Dolan out in left field. That he was not going to be able to come down with that one. Oh, 2 to Soto. Schrage would love to get out of the inning without a full count. Soto fouled away again. Great job protecting. And despite giving chase, Foster is not going to be able to catch up to that one as it bounces off the net. And if this is your first time tuning in as a Post fan, you might notice the 100-foot net that surrounds the Tampa Stadium. That's why it's called the bird cage, because it's kind of like a bird cage, a little bit. Thanks to the net and the big poles all around the stadium. 0-2 still to Soto. Schrage looking to get out of the inning. Good foul ball from Soto yet again. Tampa's plated 4 in this frame. Soto knows that number 5 is halfway home. So out of the dugout, been some fresh balls for the umpire, is Tobin Moran. He redshirted last year with Tampa. I'd imagine we might see him out of the bullpen later this weekend. He did feature against Montevallo. 0-2, one more time from Schrage. Tipped foul. Great job protecting by Soto. And this is where it can get really annoying for Schrage as he game plans what he needs to do to get strike 3. What does he have to do to get that swing and miss? Already a great start to his collegiate career, getting 2 straight strikeouts after 2 singles. It's not a full count, but it's another 5+ pitch at bat. Down the line and foul. There was a very close foul ball yesterday. That one was a little more clearly foul. And headed out of the dugout using the Jets to get to the outfield to help out in that one is Nick Pereira. Pereira also has a pretty fun Valentine's Day quote. Let me pull it up real quick from the Instagram. It's in the nick of time to be his Valentine. That's smooth.
That is pretty smooth.
Just like that slider, which barely misses. 1 and 2 from Schrage. Give a credit to our social media team for making up some of those funny names.
I was just going to add on top of that, they are very creative with those Valentine's Day cards, aren't they, Taylor?
They certainly are. Maddox King sadly not in the lineup, but I think he's got the best one of all of them. You're the king, I'm the king to your queen. Where every king needs their queen.
Same thing.
Yeah, close enough. I already mentioned the man on deck, Luke Fikar. Luke into his eyes and be his Valentine. Whew.
Oh my, that might be more smoother than the other one.
It certainly might.
Than the Nick
Pereira.
Pereira, yes.
Popped up by Soto, and finally Schrage will get an ending to this at bat. But is it the ending he wants? Yes, it is. Catch made by Vega. Side retired. Long at bat that ends on a 1-2 count. Pop up all the way to the outfield, and the inning comes to a close. But the damage was already done. 4 runs, 4 hits, 1 left on. Tampa retakes the lead. We'll be And we're about ready to go. Final warm-up pitch from Glanton. He returns for the top of the 4th, and so do we. Taylor Storthy joined alongside Landon Wise. Taking a look yesterday, Andrew Hartman went 1 for 3. He also scored as a base runner. He would have had a second hit, but his second hit was an error by Ponce on a very tough throw to first. Ponce has been put to the test this weekend from the post offense. A lot of ground balls hit his way in very awkward spots. Although today might be a day that Urso isn't super happy with the defense. 3 errors. Pretty uncharacteristic for the Spartans, as Glanton's going to fall behind 2-0. At least for Glanton, it gives him no earned runs in the game so far. But it is still 2 runs conceded. 2-1. Hits that low inside part of the plate. Always good not to fall 3-0 behind to start an inning. Andrew Hartman continues his at-bat. And this at-bat will end with a ground out to second. Woodburn just in time. His infield single came on a hit towards Woodburn. Woodburn couldn't convert the glove flip in time, even though he did make a very flashy play. 1 down for Erglovich. I am probably butchering his name. I apologize, any Post fans who are listening. He's going to hit this one up the middle. Out of reach of Ponce. So close on the diving effort. You do love the hustle Ponce brings at the shortstop position. Normally when you lose the hat in a diving play, you can usually trade it for the ball. But sadly for Ponce, just out of reach, 1 on, 1 away for the Eagles. That'll bring up Jaron Foster again. He and Erglovich also capitalized on the first pitch of their previous at-bats. For Foster, he capitalized on an error on a ball hit to Ponce. He'll swing and miss at strike 1. Foster, 6'6" sophomore out of Harlem. He'll take down low 1-1. Already mentioned Hartman's one of the taller players on the Eagles roster. Well, Foster also joins that list as the tallest player for Post University. Just behind Devin Schmidt, who's 6'7". Fouled away. The freshman right-handed pitcher out of Torrington could get some action later this weekend. We'll have to wait and see. Trying to compare him to Tampa's heights. I know he's definitely one of the taller players compared to the Spartans, too. Tampa does have some tall arms, but not too many, surprisingly. As he'll go down looking. Strike 3. Foster on the outside corner. There are a lot of benefits to being tall, but you also have the Aaron Judge side effect of a lot of tough strike 3 calls, just like that one to Foster. If he was about 6 foot or 6'2", that's probably ball 2. Instead, it's out number 2 as there's a first pitch strike to Evan Cornwell. The switch hitting shortstop is only 5'9", but the D1 transfers had some pretty big hits so far this season, notably that hit against Satin. But he's down 0-2. Good location from Glanton. Trying to complete his 4th inning. And believe it or not, he's only on a 41 pitch count. So he's been into a bit of trouble. But he's kept the pitch count low. He'll be good for the 5th inning. Can he close out number 4 on this next offering? 0-2. Not yet. Good foul ball from Cornwell. Vega and Cornwell, 2 switch hitting players for Post in the lineup today. Tampa doesn't carry many players that are able to do that this season. And they have a good mix of righties and lefties. On the ground to Woodburn will be a close play. He's got it in time. One hit allowed, but Glanton keeps that runner stranded. Quiet top of the 4th. Tampa still leads 4-2. Fikar, Ponce, Woodburn due up. And here we go for the bottom of the 4th. Strange about ready to complete his warm-up. And also a reminder, it might not be Valentine's Day tomorrow, but you should definitely come down to the field at 12 p.m. for the finale of the 3-game series against Post. It is always fun to watch the broadcasts, but nothing beats Spartans baseball in person here at the Birdcage. And it'll be Fikar getting us started for the brand new frame. yet to get his first hit with Tampa. He's got the bases empty, a little less pressure this time around. He'll step up. And here we go for the very first pitch of the inning out of Strange. Ball one. Fikar was actually squaring up, maybe thinking about a bunt. Urso likes his players to be crafty. Maybe they can lay a surprise bunt down and use their speed to beat some throws. We've seen that out of Spartan veterans in the past. Outside, 2-0. Good take for Fikar. Three and 0 might be a leadoff walk. Good friend and colleague Jack Ike, who's recently been covering Spartan basketball to wrap up the regular season, always likes to mention that this trivia question that now actually I can ask you. How often, what percentage of the time does a leadoff walk turn into a run?
Oh. Can I get like an A, B, C, D options?
No, but I'll give you a range.
All right.
20 to 70%.
20 to 70%. Can you ask that question again?
Yes. What is the percentage of a leadoff walk, just like we saw from Luke Fikar, turns into a run?
Oh. So it's 20 to 70 range. I'm going to have to guess. Ooh. 42 is 42.
Nope, a little bit high.
A little high?
But it's also a little bit of a trick question because there isn't actually a tangible difference between a leadoff walk and a leadoff single or a leadoff error.
Yes.
It is about the same, but coaches will tell their pitchers that it's worse to try to get them to not commit a leadoff walk. It's about 33% of the time.
Oh, dang. 7% off.
Pretty close, though.
Yeah, or...
I think I had guessed a bit higher when Jack first asked me as well. I think I was closer to like 50% maybe.
Oh, really?
But also, that does seem a bit high in retrospect.
Yeah.
And make it a 1-1 count, I believe now, or 0-1 count to Ponce.
I knew it wasn't too high or too low. It had to be like somewhere close to the middle.
Ponce lays a bunt down. He might be able to beat the throw. Picked up at third by Davey. Not in time on the scoop at first. Yes, in time at the scoop on first. Good play by Davey.
That was a good play.
I can tell you, Coach Stroh isn't going to be the world's happiest man after that call, but a very successful sacrifice by Ponce nonetheless.
Moves the runner up to second.
Fikar halfway home. Woodburn could bring him home. Already had a 2-run shot earlier to tie the game. That is what helped prompt a call to the bullpen, relieving Haskup early. Maybe it wasn't early. Maybe they just had Haskup on a 40-50 pitch count as well. But given that he also had a hit by pitch right after, makes sense that it would get pulled after that. Ball one, missing away to Woodburn. No serious shift for Woodburn, but they do have the second baseman playing a little closer to the bag, and a shortstop playing a little sharper down the middle of the left and short hole. He's not going to be able to get there. Neither will the third baseman, and it's 5-2 Tampa. RBI double by Braden Woodburn. He'll go in standing.
Bang, bang.
He's up to 9 RBIs on the season on that base hit. A clean strike from Woodburn. Here comes Jordan Evans. Evans has got to be absolutely hungry for an RBI, and he gets another opportunity right here. He got hit by a pitch last time. Also had a pop out in his first at-bat against Haskup. 5-2 Spartans. They've matched their run tally from yesterday. High and in, ball one. He almost got hit again. They're using the same defense post, kind of holding the runner at second. Vega playing close. Cornwell playing in the middle. He's just outside of the camera screen from the center field camera, but he's a bit to the right, a bit further to the right than where Woodburn is currently in scoring position. Here's the 1-0. Right down Main Street, 1-1. It was a full count where Evans got hit by a pitch last time. And a 2-1 count where he popped out. Evans has had some good long at-bats early on. And Schrage also having a long at-bat here. He's had quite a few long at-bats today, multiple full counts in the previous inning, where he struck out Vanacek and Carlson. Popped up, and that could go to the dugout, but it might be playable. Ergolovich can't complete the catch. Bounces off his glove and over the dugout. Very weird bounce there. Just make it a 2-2 count instead. Now, we might not get a chance to see Sammy Beard today. He might come back tomorrow, but given that he pitched 4 innings yesterday, I imagine he's going to get the rest of the day off, maybe even the rest of the weekend off. But he has quickly turned into Tampa's closer, and from day one, Urso has had confidence for him in these big innings, and Beer has been able to deliver. I was curious if Coach was thinking about, after that 4-inning outing, if he was thinking about maybe even looking to Beer as a spot starter. However, he prefers to have his flexibility out of the bullpen, because if he enters in the 6th, Beer has proven that he can be relied on to go to the 8th and maybe even the 9th. Long throw from short. Safe. This time they get the call. Evans beats the throw. Runners at the corners. Good try by Cornwell, just not in time. Still one away. It's Jake Books with 2 on, 1 in scoring position. I'd imagine that they'll send Jordan Evans on the base path. Last time, Books singled against Schrage, and this time he'll take ball 1 high and inside. Grounded out previously. Books will look to avoid that outcome here. There is a lot of space down the left and right side, apart from the lines. Both middle infielders playing close to the center for the double play. 2-0 now to Books. And there is 2 players down in the bullpen. One standing there kind of like Piccolo from Dragon Ball Z. Just arms crossed, maybe doing a little bit of aura farming, if you will. The other actively warming up. He would be the presumed replacement for Schrage, should they need it. 3-0 now to Books. Could have the bases loaded. And I'm pretty sure it's a player down there, not the coach. I'm pretty sure Tim Binkowski, one of the team assistants, is down at the dugout wearing the 48 jersey. And he's also, I think, given some call-outs to the catcher and pitcher. By the way, the catcher is Contreras. There was a defensive change, I believe, earlier after the first at-bat from the freshman. And that's ball 4. 4 straight misses to load the bases. Second walk of the inning for Schrage. Evans to second. Books to first. And Skoll doesn't point to the bullpen. Yes, he does. This will be a pitching change. We'll get you the final line score for Schrage when we come back. But another call to the bullpen, and it looks like it will be a single digit trying to get out of the jam. We'll be right back. Okay, good, we're muted. Call to the bullpen. It's Zion Frazier entering the game. Last season picked up a 6.57 ERA with the Eagles. And he also had 2 defensive appearances in the outfield. Even had a hit. So also a bit of a two-way player for Post. Although this season he's not listed at the two-way option. So I imagine the junior out of New London will probably be staying on the mound for the most part as he makes his debut in 2026. 5-2 Tampa, bases are loaded. And that'll bring Joander Irigoyen back to the plate. If this was MLB The Show, we would show you that highlight from yesterday. His 2 home runs. We can't pull them up, but we can tell you he's already had 2 hits again today. A monster weekend out of Tampa's number 18. And that pitch almost hits him, almost 6-0, and they are.
Whoa.
And I think they're going to be calling it a strike on Irigoyen.
Wait, what?
I did not know what the call is there.
Me either.
But a missed pitch by Frazier. Irigoyen ducking out of the batter's box. And actually, I think they're going to award that a hit by pitch.
I think I hit in the elbow.
Yeah, that's what I think it looks like. So that's going to blade a run and keep them loaded. Well, that's not how you want the start of your season to go. A first pitch hit by pitch. The good news is he gets a chance to reset against Walker Vanacek.
True.
So interesting there. There's not bad blood between Post and Tampa at all. It's just kind of control issues from the Post staff. But Tampa have been plunked quite a few times this weekend. Make it, I think, now 15 hit by pitches on the season for the Spartans. That's almost as many walks as their staff has conceded as a unit. And that's their pitching walks, not even hit by pitches. Yeah, Tampa's conceded 12 walks entering today. And you add 1 walk to the tally today from John-Luke Glanton. And they have been hit at the plate in terms of hit by pitches 15 times this season. Those are pretty crazy numbers from Tampa. They're conceding less walks on the mound than they're getting hit at the plate. Not walked, hit by pitches. And another one almost. Good dodge by Vanacek. Make it 1-1.
Insanity, Taylor.
Frazier will try to lock in with his command. He did already get a strike previously. 1-1 on the way to the Spartan first baseman. Down low, 2-1. Good discipline from Vanacek. He struggled in limited plate appearances at home throughout the last few games. What can he do here against the righty? Two-one. Down the line, if that's fair, it'll score both. It will not. Just foul. But a clean swing from Vanacek. 2-2. He's getting on base at a 4.09 rate leading into the game today. 4 walks to 4 strikeouts, although now it is 4 walks to 5 strikeouts from his previous at-bat against Schrage. 2-2 on the way to Vanacek. Popped up, but that should go foul. If that was more squared away in the infield, it would be an infield fly rule. But instead, it's behind the Spartan dugout. Still 2-2. Vanacek had a full count against Schrage last time, and this time against Frazier, he'd like to get the better of him. Player waiting down at the bullpen, but not actively warming. He's got a good view to watch the game from. Shadows also creeping over the field a little bit down there, so probably a little bit cooler too. Frazier to Vanacek. 2-2 on the way. Chopped. Well, that took a bounce foul before it rolled into play and rolled out of play. Still 2-2. Bottom of the 4th. And this is where we've expected Tampa's offense to shine. They've put up 2 runs already and have the bases full with 1 away. Carlson and Soto on deck. flared foul again. Vanacek doing a great job protecting. Tampa's only gone down on strikes twice today. Both of them against Schrage, who finishes with 1 in the third, 4 hits, 2 walks, 2 Ks. Currently has 3 earned runs, 4th and 5th. Currently weighed at 2nd and 3rd. Have to see if they score to give you a final line score out of Schrage. No errors from post, so all these runs are earned. Ball gets away, make the count full. Good block, though, by Contreras. I think after the first at-bat for Reimstein, they made the change to the number 12 behind home plate, letting the senior Contreras work with the arms again. The 3-2 is hit high, but not deep enough to clear the fences. Or is it? See ya! That one went a lot further as it flew into the sky. Landon, are you hungry?
Oh, I'm hungry for some home runs.
Same here, because I'm hungry for a grand salami at the Birdcage. First grand salami of the season at home, and it comes from Walker Vanacek. Now, what did I say? I think I said earlier in the broadcast, every time I've mentioned that Irigoyen has had a lower batting average, he's hit a home run, I said at the start of his at-bat, Vanacek, 0 for 2 today, struggling a bit at home. Guess what he does?
Hit a home run.
Grand salami.
Grand Slam. Yeah.
10-2 Tampa.
That was more like a banana split, I'll tell you that.
That also sounds really good right now with the hot temperature today. Any frozen treat does. One thing I am disappointed about on campus, they closed Dairy Queen that used to be in Morsani Hall.
Oh, there used to be a Dairy Queen?
Yeah, they now got a smoothie place. I'm pretty sure they make good smoothies, but I'm always more of an ice cream guy. I'd get myself, with the meal plan, an ice cream and a hot dog. Really nice late-night meal.
Oh, gosh. Making me hungry, Taylor.
Strike one in the outside corner. Make it 1-1 now to Gunnett Carlson. First home run of the season for Vanacek. And he brings 4 home on the play. Two and 1. They do still serve ice cream, I believe, at Ultimate Dining. So that's where you can get kind of the ice cream fill if you need.
Unlimited, too.
That too. Yeah, you have to use different swipes to get more ice cream from Dairy Queen.
Oh, yeah.
But you get plenty with a meal swipe over at the main restaurant. And I really like what they've done renovating the other dining areas. They're in that same building over with the Chick-fil-A. They now use Grubhub for students to make their orders. As that one's flared to left, an easy single there from Carlson. And he's thinking 2. Shallow grounder. He's thinking 2. He'll be safe on a sliding play.
Safe by mile.
Carlson converts to the double. He almost gets a chance to advance.
I like the little celly in this from what he did.
It looks like we'll get a second at bat for Fikar in the frame as he awaits in the on-deck circle. 1 away. Tampa about to bat through the order, unless there's double play right here. And there won't be. Lined into the gap. It'll be 11-2 Tampa. Only a single for Soto, but it's an RBI single. So Fikar gets yet another chance here with just 1 away in the bottom of the 4th. And Tampa have jumped to a 7-run inning and a 9-run lead. Double play opportunity is open if Fikar doesn't get a good swing. He'll take inside for ball 1. Huge home run, though. And again, I thought that was going to be a pop-out with how high it went.
I thought it was 2, Taylor.
But 321 down the left field line definitely helps a little bit. And here comes the double play, maybe. Flip to second, throw to first. Fikar out by a step. What a grab. Almost doing a split. Speaking of banana splits at first base, Urgalovich ends the inning. But it feels like a broken record. The damage was already done. Tampa put up 7, and they lead by 9. Great play at first, though, in the frame.
This was
Glenn returns for the 5th inning, and given that Tampa's now up to a 9-run lead, there's no reason to keep him in for the 6th. Can he have a quick 5th inning will be the question. Post would love to try to cut into the deficit. Davey, Contreras, Dolan due up. It's Taylor Storley and Landon Wise. We're feeling a bit full after the previous inning. We got to enjoy some grand salamis up in the booth. But more accurately, we've actually had some pizza up in the booth earlier today. So, always good to get a slice or two.
that was some pretty good pizza, Taylor. I can't lie.
2-0, missing outside on the offering from Glanton. He'll fall behind 2-0 to start the frame. What is your go-to pizza topping?
Oh, man. You know, I have a lot of pizza topics, but I can't lie. Some sausage or bacon. I'm an all-meaters kind of guy, so, like, let's make that go-to toppings.
I don't think you can go wrong with a all-meat pizza like that. Love me some pepperoni, but also the sausage and bacon's always a good pick. In terms of veggies, though, I like green peppers and onions. I think those are good combos that you can put on some pizzas, as there's a slow roller to Fikar. His throw and turn is away. That'll allow the runner to go to second. So an errant throw by Fikar, trying to turn something out of nothing, and instead turns into a runner into scoring position for Post. A 4th Spartan error on the game. At the very least, with a 9-run advantage, you got a cushion to try some risky plays like that.
Yeah.
But it's better to get them done in a game like this rather than in a conference game where that might tilt the tables in a way against the Spartans.
Yeah.
Here's Contreras' first at-bat of the day. I believe they gave the first at-bat to Reimstein earlier before making the change. That's high, and that is deep into the gap. And it is going to fall over the wall. A ground rule double. It'll bring home a run, an RBI double for Contreras. Just shy of a home run, but it makes it 11-3. And I think it'll be another unearned run for Glanton, given the error, putting the runner on base. But I wonder if that also might see Tampa look to the bullpen a little bit earlier. How can Glanton battle out of this? Unlucky to have the error. This time, the first clean hit against him, getting all the way to the warning track. Dolan singled last time. He's got Contreras in scoring position. His first pitch hit right to Woodburn. Dropped. He'll make the throw to first. And another fumble in the Spartan infield today. That one I think will also get graded as an error on Woodburn. Make it 5 for Tampa. And that's approaching a team record in the opposite direction of where you want to go.
Not a good look.
So certainly think that Coach Urso won't be the happiest man post-game in terms of how the defense is playing. But there is a benefit that at least Tampa's bats have been doing some heavy lifting.
They've been rattling up.
High and inside, strike one. 5 errors from Tampa. 5 hits from Post. They've had a similar amount of base runners, but about half of them have come off of misses from the Spartans. But you know, it's also just important to put the ball in play, force the defense to get to work, and especially if you take a look at collegiate level compared to professional level, you're more likely to get some bobbles, get some missed throws. That's also why Tampa, playing small ball, usually can work out well, as that's going to miss inside. 2-1 from Glanton. Diaz drew a walk, but got caught out on a double play in his previous at-bat. The switch hitting Vega awaits. If Tampa goes to the bullpen for a lefty, Vega might have to go and bat from the right side of the plate this time. Hit foul, close to Fikar down the line. It's not just a big Valentine's Day for baseball, but for basketball too here at U Tampa. Men's and women's basketball getting underway. So that one's going to be flared foul, still 2-2. Men's basketball off to an early lead, it looks like. Tampa Tennis also playing again today. They lost to Army yesterday, but beat Palm Beach earlier today. Swing and a miss on a 2-2. Big strikeout for Glanton. One away, runners at the corners. First swinging strikeout for Glanton. And that'll bring Renee Vega back up to the plate. The number 88. Ball outside. Vega was on the CACC honor roll last year.
Wow.
He's doing the work behind the scenes, putting the student and student athlete. He also hit for 333 last year with post on offense, plating 26 RBIs, and had the second most runs on the year with 44. 1-1 now from Glanton. He'd like to avoid the double play, which he grounded into last time. 2-1, just missing outside. Despite 5 errors, Tampa has turned 2 double plays, although keep in mind, the double play from Vega was on a throw where there was an error by Ponce on a toss back to the pitcher, which brought home a run, and then Vega was out at second on the play, as that one's flared foul and out of bounds. 22, or 2-2 count. Low and inside, ball 3. On deck is Hartman, and the bases could be full. Payoff pitch on the way. Will the runner from first go? Yes, he does. And it misses inside, so he'll be safe either way, and the bases are loaded. That brings up Hartman. And that is just the second walk we have seen out of Glanton today. The first one came against Diaz in the 3rd inning. And that will be the final one we see out of Glanton. Bases loaded, and Joe Urso going to go to a call to the bullpen to see if someone else can get out of the jam. Not a bad start for Glanton. Doesn't help with 5 errors on the defensive end, but he battled through it. And I do imagine that with his pitch count finally above 60, they decided to more give him a break in terms of the pitch count rather than performance. He'll be back next week and is still in line for the win, even if things go disastrously wrong and all of these inherited runners come home. We'll be right back. Call to the Spartans. Out of the bullpen, it'll be Josiah Velasquez inheriting the bases loaded. Velasquez is yet to appear for the Spartans. This will be his debut. And, well, congrats, Velasquez. You now got the bases loaded for your first Spartan appearance. But I'm sure he is ready for the challenge. He's a junior, previously at Florida Southwestern State College, part of the Citrus Conference, where so many Spartans have made their collegiate starts. As that'll be ball one, missing high from Josiah. He's a business management major, alongside being a left-handed arm for the Spartans. 1-0 on the way. 2-0 sliding away from Hartman. There are 3 lefties in a row for the post lineup, so it makes very good sense for Tampa to bring a lefty out of the bullpen here. It is 2-0 now from Velasquez to Hartman, and Velasquez wasting no time on the mound. 2-1. He is pitching very quickly. Not giving a lot of time for Hartman to let the at-bat breathe. I like that strategy out of Velasquez. Similar strategy a lot of what our softball pitchers like to do from the circle, as the count goes 2-2.
That might be the new method for the game.
2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Great breaking ball falling all the way away. A big drop on that slider gets him out number 2. Ergolovich steps up to the plate. He's a left-handed batter as well, right in the wheelhouse of Velasquez. First pitch on the way. Whew, that is a beautiful slider out of Velasquez. And, you know, he's got almost like a 2/3 release instead of a 3/4 release. So it's kind of popping up that breaking ball into the zone instead of down. Although this one's going to be roped to center. Will it drop as a blooper? Yes, it will on one hop. It will plate 2. It is 11-5. An RBI single for Ergolovich. Not the cleanest of contact, but it gets the job as Evans can't get there. That brings up Jaron Foster, putting runners at the corners. But another lefty for Velasquez to deal with 2 outs. A bloop single is a single. Post will be happy to cut the deficit down with a 3-run top of the 5th. Can they make it 4? Strike 1, high and inside. Almost Johnson-like with that release, like Randy Johnson kind of going that sidearm angle. Really tough to deal with if you're a left-handed batter. Strike 2. The switch hitter on deck, Evan Cornwell, might have to wait to the next inning. If Velasquez can get the final strike right here. 0-2 to Foster. Tipped foul. He'll stay alive. Got a few other players relaxing down at the post bullpen. There is someone actively warming. We'll see if they make the call. But for now, 0-2 again to Foster. Down low this time, takes the slider as it falls away. Velasquez struck out 45 last season, over 43 innings with Florida Southwestern College. Also primarily a bullpen guy there, as the count goes 2-2. Three and 2. On deck is Cornwell, and after him, it will have been Post batting around through the order. Payoff pitch, runner from first will be going. Ball 4, Velasquez doesn't get the call. Bases are loaded. Tough call there, could have gone either way. But Velasquez did get an out earlier with the bases loaded. See if he can do the same, this time against the righty. Cornwell, once again batting from the right side of the plate like he did against Satin on Friday night. Batting from the left side earlier against Glanton. First pitch from Velasquez. Popped up. That's exactly what he's looking for. Will it stay in play for Irigoyen? Yes. Catch made. He almost dropped it, but he comes up with it. Out number 3. Inning over.
Good hands.
Sigh of relief for Irigoyen, too, as he almost dropped it, but comes up with the play. Velasquez does give up a hit, but he leaves him loaded. Stellar debut for the lefty. He'll be back for the 6th, and so will we with a top half. Tampa up 11. Top of the order for the bottom of the 5th. You can tell this game's kind of been a grind with how much offense we've seen. We're only halfway through now for the bottom of the 5th. Taylor Storley, Landon Wise here, giving you the action on Valentine's Day afternoon. And if you take a look down at the field, you'll see the shadows creeping up as this one's grounded up the mound. Can't be picked up by the man pitching, but a good scoop it short, one away. Ponce retired immediately. But those shadows, when they start to really creep over the field, it causes the sun to shine directly in the pitcher's and fielder's eyes at a very awkward way. And you'll notice when the catcher throws the ball back to the pitcher, he is going to be very awkwardly doing it. Like the pitcher will be very awkward in receiving it because the sun is directly in his eyes. And that does cause some errors. Alex Caney, Spartan veteran, who later would go on to pitch with Ole Miss, was victim of this. As well, Braden Woodburn just has to be wearing a magnet on his shoulder. There's no way that he's getting hit by a pitch so often without it. That is another time he has been hit by a pitch. Also, he's actually in line for the cycle maybe. He needs a triple. He's not going to get one here, but he will take first base. Third time he's been plunked this weekend. And for Tampa, it is, I think, the third time the day. No, only the second time. Actually, yes, third time today. Irigoyen and Evans were hit before. Hey, speaking of, here comes Jordan Evans. One on, one away. Frazier returns to the mound from the previous inning. Yeah, a little bit shaky start, including a grand slam surrender to Vanacek, but he did eventually get out of the inning. He forced a double play. Almost hit him inside, 1-0. It was funny. His first pitching out of the bullpen, hit by pitch to Irigoyen. The next pitch to Vanacek, I believe it was after strike one, grand slam. High and inside, 2-1, or 2-0. So, for the veteran Frazier, not the ideal start to the season. He would follow it up to get out of the jam, however, with a double play. And he would love to force one right here. He is currently behind the count. High. Make it 2-0, maybe 3-0 now to Evans. 3-0 to Evans. Jake Books is on deck, and there is activity over in the post bullpen. Strike one, so he'll avoid a 4-pitch walk. Evans popped out, then got hit by a pitch and singled. He scored both times as a base runner. Strike two, right on the edge of the plate. By the way, the umpires today are Carmen Lucati and Sergio Lucaro, different than the two we had last night. They've been braving the heat. Got to give them a shout out. Things are starting to cool down, I think, here at the U Tampa campus. Payoff pitch. Runner goes. Ball 4. No throw needed. That'll bring up Books. Second walk for Frazier out of the bullpen. And it'll be Coach Schulk coming out to make a change. Another mid-inning pitching substitution. We'll take a quick breather and return to the birdcage with Books at Yesterday, there wasn't a lot of changes needed for a post-on defense. Today, they're going to make another call to the bullpen to get out of trouble. It'll be Andrew Harden getting the call, not to be confused with Andrew Hartman, the number 16. It's the number 17, Harden. Main difference is one plays outfield, one is a right-handed pitcher. Harden's also a freshman. He's out of Griswold, Connecticut. This will be his debut this season with Post University. Not bases loaded, thankfully for him, but it is a high leverage spot. He was a two-way player back in high school, picking up 100 career hits, playing baseball and football. Currently 4 earned runs for Harden, or for Frazier. A 5th and 6th one. A wait on the base path. Low and inside, ball 1. Three earned actually for Frazier. Low and inside, make it 2-0. Outside, 3-0, and we might get the bases loaded for Irigoyen. Irigoyen was the first opponent that took on Frazier in the previous frame, and after a 4-pitch walk, he'll have the bases full against Harden. 2 singles and a hit by pitch. He was plunked on the very first pitch for Frazier out of the bullpen, and now gets to face someone new, as it looks like Logan Politano is going to go out to warm up in the bullpen. They don't need to make a change yet, but they'll just have one ready in case. 5 misses in a row out of Harden. Harden's a 6'4" freshman. He's got a cool beard that makes you think he might be an upperclassman. The 1-0. 2-0, missing high. And Coach Solk heading out of the dugout just to talk things over. Checking on the freshman. Might be a little bit of nerves hitting him here, and can't blame him. Bases loaded against the best team in the nation. This is what a welcome to college moment looks like out there on the mound. But Coach Skold has seen many freshmen over his time with Post, giving him some good advice on how to deal with the situation. It is a close game, but also a 6-run margin. So if he messes up here, it's not like he's blowing a 2-run lead or something, you know? It's not like he has to get out or the team's in super big trouble.
Right.
I think that's what Skoll was kind of saying. It's like, listen, we're trying to make our way back. Our offense is doing good. Just throw some strikes. And he does just that. Strike one, make it a 2-1 count.
One throw at a time, no pressure. That's all you need to do.
Irigoyen has not seen a strike until that moment today. But he'll get up ahead 3-1. If he takes ball 4, it would be 12-5 Tampa. Vanacek, who hit a grand slam, awaits. Ball 4, and it is a run. He almost got hit on that high and inside pitch. 3 straight walks for the Spartans, including the final at bat for Frazier. 12-2 Tampa, or 12-5 Tampa. Bases loaded for Vanacek. We talked about the Baylor freshman who had a 3 grand slam day. Well, Vanacek, if he gets under one, well, he might have 2 on his hands. Outside, just missing. Good try to frame it by Contreras. Ball 1. That's going to miss again. Ball 2. And Skold's seen enough. It'll be a call to the bullpen. Another change on the way, and I believe it'll be the sophomore Politano coming in. So, he'll be starting in a 2-0 count with the bases loaded. You don't envy the position the sophomore will be in. We'll be right back with more action from the birdcage. So I hypothesized that it was going to be Politano. I was very much incorrect. They are bringing out J.J. Roberts, yet another freshman, this time out of Utica, New York. Utica's a beautiful spot in New York. Let's see what Roberts does with bases loaded. Likely similar prep talk to Harden. No pressure. It is a 7-run Tampa lead. Throw strikes, get out of the jam. That'll be his goal. Unfortunately for Harden, a little bit of a shaky debut. But if he's able to rebound and have a great collegiate career, he'll be able to look back on this initial outing and laugh at 10 balls and 1 strike thrown in 11 pitches. Every journey starts somewhere, and Well, it's another one that begins right here for J.J. Roberts, the 6-foot freshman. He was a 3-time scholar athlete. And also, pretty good on the basketball floor. Top 10 all-time in single-season scoring and rebounds for his high school as the count goes 1-0. Wonder if he might continue to be a two-sport athlete at post. Either way, he's shined enough on the mound to make it onto the post roster and get a chance right here. 1-0 miss. 2-0 miss. Understandably, Vanacek able to get ahead. Oh. It was already a 2-0 count. I kind of forgot that. That's ball 4. It's 13-5 Tampa. So first walk out of the bullpen for Roberts. I do believe he gets that run to his credit instead of Harden. That'll be ball 1, missing again. 1-0 on the way to Gunnar Carlson. That one's ripped into right and foul. So what had happened in the previous at-bat was that it ended the previous pitcher's outing on a 2-0 count. So for anyone curious as why the walk was issued after 2 misses, well, it's 2-0, then 3-0, then 4-0. So he actually entered in the middle of the at-bat for Roberts. Don't normally see a mid-at-bat change, but Skold definitely wanted it as the count goes 1-1. First strike we've seen in a few at-bats for the Spartans. Ball 2. Good take by Carlson. Inside 3-1. Tampa, with 4 walks in a row and a hit by pitch, have not needed to put a ball in a play to bring home a run yet in the inning, and they've already plated 2. Hit to foul. That was a good pitch to swing at. That'll bring the count full to Carlson. He has had 3 full counts today, as well as a 3-1 count where he doubled. Carlson has been no stranger to long at-bats. Payoff pitch from the freshman Roberts to Carlson. Hit on the ground at first. They'll have time for the force at first. They don't get the force at home as the errant throw brings home a run. And also coming home, back to the mound. Roberts gets out. Number 3. They do get the force at first. And that'll be the inning. A run scores on the double play. It's 14-5 Tampa. And Roberts is able to get out of the jam with 2 left on base. We'll be right back. So Tampa's going to shuffle again to the bullpen. They'll bring Cade Drohan into the game. So, Landon, as we get started, I've got another pop quiz for you.
All right.
Drohan has a sibling playing on an MLB team. Guess which team it is. I'll give you a hint. They are located on the northern half of the United States.
Wait, MLB team
Yes.
in northern half of the United States. Man. Northern half of the United States. Is it northeast? North.
That's what you have to find out. I'll tell you after your first guess, though.
All right. I'm gonna say. I'm gonna make this quick. Yankees.
Nope, and it's not the Northeast anymore. I'll tell you why it's not anymore in just a second. First pitch for Drowan. What's your next guess?
My next guest. So, I wouldn't say you said it's not in the Northeast.
Not in the Northeast.
Okay.
I'll actually do you one better. It's in the central part.
Okay. I was thinking Central Park. So I was thinking like the
Not the Royals as this one's popped up. It is caught by Evans, one away.
Okay.
So on the second pitch of the inning, Drowan gets out number 1.
Is it the Rockies?
Nope, it's a little more central than that. That's out west.
Oh, it is a little more. Oh wait, yeah.
As we continue, I'll just say the answer. It's the Milwaukee Brewers.
Oh.
Because he actually just got traded. Earlier, when Drowan made his first appearance, he was still on the Red Sox.
Oh, really?
But last weekend, there was a trade between the Red Sox and Brewers, shuffling some prospects around. And his brother was one of those players that got moved from the Red Sox to the Brewers. So, kind of interesting note right there.
Wow, that's cool.
0-1 now from the Virginia Tech transfer to Contreras at the plate.
And who knows?
Strike 2.
And who knows? He might follow his brother's footpath and get drafted with the Brewers. That would be a pretty cool thing, you know?
It certainly would. The Red Sox do have some Spartan alumni. Notably, Drew Earhart, as that's going to go low for ball 1.
It's just like the Mendoza brothers playing with each other in Indiana. Unfortunately, not anymore now that Alberto's with Georgia Tech. So.
And Fernando's graduated. That too.
Potential first-round pick with the Raiders.
That'll miss outside 2-2. Yeah, good news, Drew does get to play with his brother, Zach Earhart, with the Red Sox. We'll see if those two keep climbing up the minor league system. I know they've been playing single A and double A quite a bit. Zach a little bit younger, a little more promising in terms of prospect quality than Drew Earhart, but every Spartan fan knows that Drew is a legend. That's going to get past the diving Fikar. It's a one-out single to put Contreras on the board. That's his second hit of the ballgame. So stellar work from Contreras, but Earhart's had some big moments with the Boston farm system, and he's really shown as a catcher. Something he didn't get a chance to do a lot at Tampa. He was a Swiss Army knife. He could play anywhere for the Spartans, except pitching, but honestly, he could probably pitch too. But since we're joining the Red Sox, he's been great behind home plate. We definitely miss having Drew wearing the number 2. I think Braden Woodsburn's been a pretty good replacement for him so far. That's going to be a wild pitch. Runner gets into scoring position. Tampa does have a 9-run lead, but Post might be able to get back on the board. 1-0 to Gil Dolan. Drowan did feature on Friday in the 9-1 Tampa win against Montevallo. Actually, on Saturday against Montevallo, striking out 3. He had a quick 9th inning. But so far, a little bit less strong in the early goings here. 2-0 count. Had 2 strikeouts and one in the third pitched with the Hokies at Virginia Tech last year. That's hit up the middle. Bounces off of and dropped. It bounces off of Drowan. Dropped by Fikar. An error surely on him to put runners at the corners. And just like that, yet another error.
Like you said earlier, Coach Joe's not going to like that.
6 on the day for the Spartans. The main solace being that Tampa's also put 14 runs on the board. They are 1 away from a season high. A season high that'll probably continue to increase as the year goes on. Tampa frequently has those random 20-run games. Runners at the corners. Tampa playing double play depth with one away. 1-0. Hit into left field. Can't get to it with the sun, but also because it was a bit shallow. RBI single at the top of the order for Kevin Diaz. He'll bring one home against Drowan. Runners at second and first. First earned run of the season for Drowan. Even though there was actually going to give him a single, not an error that time on the previous play. Awkward deflection off of Drowan and barely missed the scoop by Fikar. The main thing is he probably would have been able to get the runner out as he was going to third on that drop play. Would have been very hard to turn that to an out at first. Low and inside, ball one. That one missing to Vega. And Vega facing the righty now gets to bat from the left side of the plate. We saw the switch hitter Cornwell bat from the right side of the plate last inning against Velasquez. As that'll miss inside and make it 2-0. Close call there, but just doesn't go Drowan's way. (14-6) Tampa in front right now. 20 hits combined from both teams. Doing a lot more today on offense. 3-0 missing inside. Bases could be loaded for Hartman on deck. Coach Skold's primary wish of getting more runs across has already been working out with 6. It's the other side of the ball that I imagine he'll be a little disappointed about for the time being. 14 from Tampa. But now, that 7th run is 90 feet away. A 4-pitch walk from Drowan loads the bases. This has not been a day of defense, as we will see some more action in the Spartans bullpen. Drowan won't have anyone warming up directly yet, but it looks like Tobin Moran's going to make his way down there. Moran also featured recently for the Spartans last weekend against Montevallo. Could also see some other Spartan arms get a chance too. But for now, it's Hartman. Base is full. It's an 8-run Spartan lead, but a couple of timely hits here from Post could quickly cut into the deficit. Sam Militello is going to go out and talk with Drowan. Ball one. Already mentioned some of the other Spartans in the majors on the broadcast. Jordan Leisure, Anthony Nunez. I know they'll be getting going with spring training very shortly. It would be cool to see both of them in the majors next year going up against each other. The Orioles and White Sox face each other a couple times. Not divisional rivals, but still pretty cool to see. And just about ready to resume now, a 1-0 count. The quick talk from Militello, done and dusted. Probably telling Drowan just to fill the zone. Similar to what I'd imagine Skold has been telling some of the post pitchers. No pressure, throw strikes, trust the defense. And even with a bit of a shaky day on some plays, you can very much trust the Tampa defense to get the job done. Because alongside those errors, they have turned 2 double plays again, continuing to increase their seasonal tally. Fikar, Ponce, Woodburn, Vanacek, strike 1 taken, 1-1 to Hartman. Those 4 will be ready to go on defense in the infield. You do have players also that could fill in a defense waiting on the bench. A.J. Graham, potentially one of them at short. Swing and a miss. Big whiff from Drowan. 1-2. He'd love a double play, but a strikeout works well because it prevents the sacrifice. The shadows creeping even further onto the field now. 1-2 from Tampa's number 30. High and outside. Try to go backdoor with the slider. 2-2. Here's Drowan. Does it hit him? No, it doesn't. It'll bring home a run. 3-2. And the runners advance 1 base each. Wild pitch brings home a run. It is 14-7. Double play opportunity off the board. Base is no longer full either. 3-2. Hit up the middle, picked up by Drowan, and instead of going for the runner at third, he just forces him back and makes the toss to first. Very disciplined play there by Drowan. 2 away. I really like how he stopped. He pretty much had the runner almost in a little bit of a pickle. Diaz kind of stuttered for a second, but he said, you know what? It's 14-7. I'm just going to toss that back to first.
Smart play right there.
2 outs, still runners at second and third. Diaz didn't have time to turn and run home after turning around. Oh, but he will go home on the wild pitch. It's 14-8. That one slipped out of the hands of Drowan again. 1-0 now to Ergolovich. Ergolovich out of Yardley, Pennsylvania. Previously at Bucks County Community College. Ergolovich is definitely a very cool name. You always frequently find some of those fun names across different sports. Swing and a tip. Ergolovich falls over. Make it 1-1.
Go on that one.
3 runs have come home from posts in the inning. The last 4 half innings have seen a combined 16 runs scored. Well, this one could end right here. 1-2 on the high heat. Drowan looking for his first strikeout out of the bullpen, which would likely close out his day. Swing and a miss. He'll do just that. I know Drowan will be a little disappointed by conceding some runs in the frame, but he ends it strong by stranding 2 on just 3 hits. Tampa hold on to a comfortable lead, 14-8, entering the bottom. Warm-up complete. Roberts ready to continue. His freshman debut came with the bases loaded. Quite a few players have made some debuts today out of the post bullpen. Actually, not sure if this was Roberts' freshman debut. Is he a returning player? No, he is a freshman. I got him confused at first with Politano. He'll be ready to go for the brand new frame, taking on Soto, Fikar, and Ponce. Strike 1. Always a benefit when you can open up with a strike. Javi Soto leads off. He last bat in the 4th inning, having an RBI single. Chopped foul, 0-2. No hits in the previous inning for the Spartans, but they did bring home 3 runs off of 3 walks. That one's going to miss low. Make it 1-2. Popped up. It is in play for Davey at third base. Braving the sun makes the catch, one away. Valentine's baseball continues. We already went over some of the funny Valentine quotes on Instagram. Fikar having one of them. And that one will miss for ball one. Fikar gets ahead to start the AB. Two 2-0. Roberts entered, walked a runner, and then got a double play to get out of the inning. That one missing outside. 3-0. Top of the order on deck for Ponce. Fikar's already drawn a walk. Hasn't gotten a hit yet this season, but he has been able to get himself on base a few times. 3-1, has a good job by Roberts to find the zone. Ponce awaits. He's looking for his second hit of the day. Pulled off a sacrifice bunt. He's 1 for 3. And Fikar is going to get his first Spartan hit up the middle. Turns quickly, but will stay at first. Congrats to Luke Fikar. First Tampa hit since the 4th inning. Here comes Ponce. Lefty-righty matchup for Ponce. Haven't seen a post left-handed arm yet today. Strike one in the outside corner. 0-1 for the shortstop. There was a little bit of a debut on how we should say his last name, because you can kind of say it two different ways, Ponce or Ponce, but we're going to go with Ponce. Straight from Jesse's request himself. Ponce to left field. Is that going to get down? It will. Can't make a diving catch today. Fikar is going to stroll to third. A double to set the table for Braden Woodburn. Clean hitting there for Ponce. His first extra base hit of the day. Woodburn's had quite a few, and I know what Woodburn wants to do. Hit it straight to the gap or straight down that right field line. Because he's had a single, he's had a home run, he's had a double. He is a triple shy of the cycle. He'll take ball one. Annoyingly, his first time he could have had a triple to break the cycle, he got hit by a pitch on the very first offering of the at-bat. But that time, the first pitch misses low. Second pitch fouled back. Tampa up by 6. A triple would also score both runners, so also a reason Woodburn probably want to get it. Woodburn hit his third home run of the season back in the third inning, plating 2 RBIs. He's had 3 in the game today, bringing his season total up to 9. 1-1. Inside, 2-1. Good take by Woodburn. There is a little bit of activity at the post bullpen. Roberts has looked better than some of the recent relievers coming out of there for post. Howley do as he continues. Here's the 2-1. Good take, but a great slider. 2-2. Tough pitch to get to for Woodburn, but right on the corner of the black. 2-2 on the way from Roberts. First 2-strike count he's seen in a while for Woodburn. Oh, he almost gets hit again. Again, Woodburn can't catch a break in terms of those hit by pitches. For the season, he has been plunked 4 times. He leads all players at Tampa. Soto's been hit twice. Ponce hit twice. Evans hit twice before today. Now he's been hit 3 times. And now the payoff pitch. Woodburn high. This will probably be a sacrifice fly. Right fielder closing in. Makes the catch. Runner goes. Close play at the plate. Safe. Throw to third. Got no tag. Very good play by the catcher to go straight to third. Both runners advance. Sac fly from Woodburn. It's not a triple, but it is a productive run, and it's 15-8 Tampa. Evans has a chance at an RBI. He's been looking for his second of the season. Now he's batting at third, a place more conducive to bringing home runs. But it just hasn't worked out yet. He hasn't been able to. He's drawn a walk. He's been hit by a pitch and popped out. 1 for 2 today for Tampa's usual leadoff man. Strike one. Tampa have scored in each of the last 4 frames, and they've also scored multiple runs in each of the last 3 frames. Can they make it 4 with a hit from Evans right here? A wild pitch would do the same. Ball 1. Good frame by Contreras, but even in a situation where you might see a shrunk strike zone or larger strike zone to try to speed the game along, he is not going to get that past Licati. 1-1 to Evans. Evans hits that through the hole, and there's his second RBI of the season. 16-8 Tampa. Ponce can stroll on home as that ball is played back in from left field. Here comes Jake Books. Another multi-run inning for the Spartans. They are now up to 14 hits in the ballgame with 16 runs and 14 hits. Yeah, they've been getting on base quite a bit. They've also drawn 7 walks as a team, hitting over 500 and getting on base at an even higher clip. They've almost had more hits than outs. Strike one. Yeah, take a look at his 14 hits, 17 outs.
Wait, 14 hits, 17 outs, you say?
Yep.
Wow.
Pretty good.
That is pretty good.
And that doesn't even count the walks and hit by pitches. Quick pickoff throw. Good grab by Erglovich. Uruguayan normally on deck, but I think they will make their first change as someone awaits. I think he'll have the bases empty. That is deep, but not deep enough. Catch made in center field. Inning over. I was ready to try to turn that into a home run call, but sadly, Books will be denied.
No salamis on that one.
The good news is Tampa does plate 2 on 3 hits, 1 left on board, and they are back up to an 8-run lead. We'll be right back. Tobin Moran is ready to go. 16-8 Spartan lead. Moran will get an outing here today. His first appearance of 2025 saw him go an inning, strike out 2, and keep things clean. He was the Mid-Florida Pitcher of the Year in 2023 back at Santa Fe. He's been with the Spartans in 2024, redshirted in 2025, but he's good to go today as he will continue. His next opponents, Foster, Cornwell, Davey. Uruguayan will stay behind home plate, but a change is surely soon to follow. We were about to have a pinch hitter for Uruguayan as the umpire, with a quick little breather, now signals that they're ready to go. Ball one, low and in from Tobin Moran. Foster had gone on board via error in the second, out on double play in the very next at bat, walked back in the fifth. Couldn't also score then either. 1-1, that one fouled away. He did a good job to draw a walk against Velasquez as the count goes 2-1. Velasquez making his Spartans debut. You did see 2 inherited runs come home. One of them earned for Glanton. With all the errors, Glanton had 5 surrendered, but I believe only 1 who had added to his earned run tally, so he'll be keeping a pretty low ERA through this game. Tampa's definitely due for a shakier day on the mound, but they have rallied with the casual 16 runs on offense, so they're still large and in charge at the moment. Swing and a miss, a 2-2 count for a strikeout. Foster goes down to start the 7th. One away to bring up the switch hitter Cornwell. He and Vega, 2 switch hitters in the lineup for Post University. So here they go. Hit through the hole. Clean swing. Cornwell's done a good job this weekend, but that's just his first hit of the day. He's been very aggressive. 3 of his at-bats have ended on the first pitch. This time he gets on board for Ryan Davey. Got on board and scored after an error in the 5th. He's 0 for 3. It's not stretch time just yet, but it's been a long day. I'm going to stretch out real quick as we continue the top of the 7th. Tobin Moran with a runner on, 1 around. Strike 1, slider on the outside corner.
That was a good slider.
Good spot on the outside corner. Tough pitch to get to. Popped up and caught in right field. 2 down now to bring up Contreras. Strike 1 in the outside corner. Another strong slider to open from Moran. 2 outs now in the frame. Contreras has had a solid day at the plate. 2 hits, an RBI, a double, and a single. Also saw a good hit from Reinstein earlier. This one shortly to the mound. Moran gets out number 3. 1 hit surrendered, 1 runner stranded, and finally a scoreless frame on defense for either team. But now it's time to stretch. The lucky 7th, the bottom of the 7th. The new inning about to begin. Roberts has done a good job out of the bullpen. He'll keep eating some innings for the Post pitching staff. Taylor Storley, Landon Wise bringing you the action. And it will be a call to the bench. Tampa brings on Matthew Fogel for this plate appearance, so he'll also replace Irigoyen on defense. First pitch, ball one. Irigoyen's excellent day is finally done. Tampa going to shuffle through the lineup, although it looks like Vanacek will stay in the game. Swing and a miss, 1-1 now. I like the idea to keep Vanacek in. There's a chance he'll be resting on Sunday, given that's when Tampa decided to shuffle Books over to first base. That one's hit foul, make it 1-2. But they will make some changes for players who will probably be starting. That, of course, being Irigoyen. Carlson, I'd imagine, stays in, and Soto, I imagine, gets substituted. They could change for Carlson, though. For now, the 1-2 on the way. That one chopped and caught at short. The Sun didn't do enough to stop the play that time. One away. Easy play for Cornwell. Vanacek back at the plate. Carlson is warming up for his swings. He will stay in the game. A grand slam earlier today. There was a lot of scoring from the Spartans, but none of those plays feel as impactful as a grand salami. And he did it in an awkward way, too. Probably 340 off the bat. Very high arc. But the good news is he hit it down that shallow left field line. 0-1 now to Vanacek. Vanacek deep to left field again. He did it once. He's done it not twice. It'll drop for a single. That time the high arc actually fell the way I was expecting it to. Great at bat from Vanacek. One away now for Gunnar Carlson and one on board. See, that one looked a lot like his grand slam home run.
That did. It looked really familiar, except obviously a little high in arc.
Maybe the wind also played a little bit of a role there. Two players stretching and tossing out of the post bullpen. Roberts, 2 full innings on the mound. The most successful outing so far and longest outing out of a post reliever. And if he gets one more out, it'll be longer than any post starter, too. 2-0 now to Carlson. Scored a run, but had a double play in his previous at-bat. Scored off a double in the 4th. That one down the line and almost picked up at the bullpen. Safe to say, comfortably foul. So we'll continue. Ooh, that ball almost gets away. Contreras stays on top of it. 2-1. Fouled away again. Three and two. Ball 4. Great take by Carlson. That'll add a runner after the full count. And that'll bring up Javi Soto. 2 on and 1 away.
We need Tom.
Pinch hit again for the Spartans. It'll be Makara. Swing and miss for strike 1. Makara replaces Soto. Oh, and 1 on the way. Down low. Make it 1-1. Now we've had some stream difficulties for the moment. We do apologize. But for now, there are 2 base runners. This will actually turn into a bit of a radio broadcast for the moment. As that's going to go 2-1. Three and 1 now. frozen. Yeah. On deck after Makara is Fikar, and he will also stay in the game. No pinch hitter coming in for him, it looks like. And he's going to hit it through the hole. Will that bring home a run? Urso is going to send the lead runner. Vanacek to the plate. He is safe. Congrats to Jacob Makara. His first Spartan hit. His first Spartan RBI. 17-8 Tampa. He was ready on the 3-1 count. And that hit will also advance Carlson to third as we get a call to the bullpen. We'll be right back. The pitcher in that. Ball 2 missing, and we are officially back online. Thank you for tuning in. Do apologize for the downtime. What you missed, a few more Spartan runs have come home to score, and it's currently 19-8 U Tampa, one away in the top of the 8th. That'll be the second if it's fieldable. Flied over to Makara, makes the running catch. 2 down on the 2-2 count. Not sure if the stream had died beforehand, but Makara delivered his first Spartan hit, and an RBI at that to add to the advantage. And Jake Turr followed it up with a pinch hit off the bench. 2 runs came home off of him. Stellar work in the previous frame for the Spartans. That'll bring up a pinch hitter for Hartman. A call to the bench with 2 away. Strike 1. Looks like it is the number 32 for Jesse Alfala. 1-1 as that one misses up high. Alfala was the starter yesterday, but he'll get a call off the bench to be the designated hitter, replacing the left-hander, the left-handed batter who had gone 0 for 4. Good slider, make it 1-2 from Moran. And one more strike can get him out of the inning. Checks the runner, that being Dolan at first. High, 2-2. Thought that he would have gotten that, but Moran will have to try again. We'll see if Moran returns for the 9th. If he closes out his day here in the 8th, it will have been a pretty solid day out there on the mound. Swing and a miss. Makes the tag on a swing and a miss, and the inning's over. So actually, that being Cardona as the pinch hitter is retired, and the inning is over. We'll be right So we continue in the bottom of the 8th. A brand new inning of Spartans baseball. Jordan Evans, Jake Books, Matthew Fogel ready to go. But defensive changes earlier are going to see a change here. Dennis McCaffrey steps into the game. First pitch to McCaffrey for the bottom of the 8th. He'll hit one the other way. Carrying to right, but not deep enough. Out number 1. Is Books also changed? Yes. He is replaced by Drew Kennedy. Matthew Fogel on deck, ready for a second chance at the plate. Fouled away for strike 1. On the mound, he had unfortunately taken the mound by the time our stream died. Eddie Torres, the freshman two-way man out of New London. Did a good job to get out of the previous frame. Gave up an RBI single, but that was it out of the bullpen so far as the count goes 1-1. Here's another at-bat for Kennedy. He is 0 for 1 with a walk this season. The JV average leader last year, hitting over 390. He has made the jump from JV to the main team. And he'll take outside, ball 3. Definitely close call there. I think he might have been helped by a good frame that time around. Hit down the line. Scooped up at first. Good grab by Erglovich. And on the 3-1, it is out number 2. Second at bat for Fogel today. Popped out in his first try. Other Spartan pinch hitters have actually had better luck outside of A.J. Graham, who also had a flyout. High and inside, ball 1 to Fogel. Final chance for Tampa to extend the lead. This isn't a run-ahead game, otherwise would have already been walked off. It's only the final games of the series that I think are sometimes eligible for that rule. It's usually something you see more in softball with a very strong softball team. Games got called early. But what can Post do here when we reach the top of the 9th? They've been kept off the board since the 6th, but they have had some strong multi-innings today. Strike 1 called. 3-1. Strike 2 called. Full count. Can Torres keep it clean in the bottom of the 8th? Not yet. Good check swing. Full count walk for Fogel. One on for Walker Vanacek. He will get replaced. Casey King will likely pick up first base after. Vanacek picked up another single as the pinch hit changes started to be made. Swing and a miss for King, strike 1. King, a two-way man on JV, making his first hit of the appearance of the season on the top team. Would love his first varsity hit for the Spartans. 1-1, taken up high. Carlson and Fikar remain the only starters for the Spartans. Fikar moving over to second base on defense in the previous inning. Turr at third, Graham at short. Did he go? Yes, he did. Strike 2. 1-2 to King, trying to keep the inning going. He's got Fogel at first. Fogel's also now the battery mate. Was doing good with Moran. Quick pickoff throw. Fogel's not the world's biggest base-stealing threat, so don't know if they needed the pickoff that time. Does give Torres a chance to reset. Down to the dirt. Fogel stays put. 2-2. The shadows have gone away as the sun has set over campus. It's still in the sky, but starting to go down further. Two hit up the middle, deflected off the glove of Torres, picked up on a dive, not enough time for the throw. Good split at first, but King is safe by a comfortable margin. They'll want to save that ball. Congrats to Casey King. And another player, Goldberg, steps up for the Spartans. He was a very recent JV call-up to the point where I'm still uncertain if he's listed on the Spartans roster online. He did come in as a defensive replacement earlier in the season. This will be his first at-bat on the top team. I got to double check if he's only listed on the JV roster. Nope, they did move his page to the main one. Devin Goldberg, the sophomore out of Bridgewater, New Jersey. His first at-bat for the Spartans. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Good location for the slider, strike two. He had an appearance on defense, but now a chance at the plate. Down to the dirt, runners will go. They advance on the wild pitch. Fogel to third, King to second. He hit .346 last year on JV. Goldberg looking for his first hit on the top team, the sophomore, and a 2-2 count. A bit of a delay as Torres gets his pitch, and Goldberg will take a timeout. High and inside, 3-2 to Goldberg. Makara's on deck. He'll get a second chance if Goldberg keeps the inning going. Nowhere to run to, so the runners will stay put. Payoff pitch, Torres to Goldberg. Ball four, great take by Goldberg. He works a full count walk. Makara looking to keep the inning going. He already converted an RBI single in a pinch hit appearance off the bench. And now he gets a chance to do it again. He's a true freshman, one of the few true freshmen, part of the Spartans varsity roster, as that's going to be ball one. Good block behind home plate. On defense there is Hartman, who has moved to the catcher position. Fouled. That'll make it 1-1 for Makara. Good spot, low and inside. Although this time, that call might have been unlucky for Makara, given as things continue to get a little bit later. Maybe that strike zone expands just a little. Torres try to finish the frame. Hit on the ground to first. Picked up by Erglovich. Not in time to beat the run. Makara can't go 2 for 2, but a successful pinch hit appearance for him and for King and for Goldberg. Although Tampa leaves him loaded, we're on to the top of the ninth. Last chance saloon. Oh, side armor. So I hypothesized earlier whether we would see Fikar in a two-way roll. And yeah, and he's got a secret little trick for us. He's got a submarine motion. A specialty reliever. Here comes Luke Fikar from second base to the mound. And 2 swings and misses. And Landon, you made the Darren O'Day comp, and I got to agree. When we were seeing him warm up, he said he looks like Darren O'Day, and he's got a very similar style motion.
Isn't it very familiar? Like, he has, like, the wind up and, like, man, it's just, like, I don't know. It just perfectly matches his, like, pitching stance. Like,
Always love it when you got those submariners and sidearm pitchers because they've always got that funky motion. It's really tough for right-handed batters to deal with. Although, and against the left-handed batter, like the man currently at the plate, Erglovich, they do get to see it a little bit easier.
yeah.
But that doesn't mean it's easy. Swing and a miss. Fikar's first strikeout for the Spartans.
Oh, he's still on bat.
Oh, no, not yet. There was only 2. Should be a full count.
Yeah, full count. Wait, is it strikeout?
This is where our score team up in the booth making mistakes has got everyone confused. We had a situation earlier where there was out number 3. It wasn't on the broadcast. And the runner from first for Tampa had to run back because they thought there was only 1 out because the scoreboard hadn't changed out in right field.
Yeah.
But they do correct it. It is strike 3 and in the first collegiate strikeout for Fikar. And that time more confusion caused by an inaccurate scoreboard.
Yeah, that was very confusing.
Foster ready to go, and actually he'll be replaced with a pinch hitter. Swing and a miss. Now in the game, it's Joey Cohen. Cohen was part of the starting lineup yesterday. It's 0-1. 1-1 now. Fikar with a quick pace of play. Now, what Fikar does have with that sidearm motion, really good two-seam fastball, just like Darren O'Day.
So familiar.
2-1 now.
Oh,
And Fikar steps off the mound real quick.
wait, what happened?
And, I think he's just removing a piece of jewelry. And it's very scary when you see the pitcher exit the mound like that.
That'd be like a Tommy John surgery or something.
That's happened before. I don't think for Fikar, thankfully. The good news is he's good to go. And he was able to throw a good pitch right after. 2-2. Cohen trying to keep the at-bat alive. Goldberg moves to second base as Fikar moves to the round. Swing and a miss. 2 down here in the top of the 9th. And 2 down on strikes. First pitch high and inside. It is a call to the bench once again. Hunter Keller enters for Cornwell. 1-1. With that submarine motion, I hope we get to see more of Fikar out of the bullpen. And a lot like Anthony Nunez, he's got something cool to bring to the table. Nunez brought insane velo. 95-mile-an-hour fastballs. For Fikar, it's that very tough-to-hit motion. 1 hop, throw to first. He gets the infield assist to end the game. He doesn't strike out the side, but I don't think he cares. It's a clean final frame for Fikar to end the day and cap off a stellar and exciting Spartans win. 1 more game remains for the weekend series. Tomorrow at 12 p.m. Post face us one more time. I bet it'll be B.J. Bailey on the mound, but we'll just have to wait and see. John Luke Lanton ends up with the win today. Kind of shaky defense from time to time, unfortunately for him. He ends with 5 runs surrendered and just 1 of them earned. 3-hour and 16-minute game. A bit lengthy due to all the offense. 19-8. Tampa with 18 hits, also 5 errors, something that I'm sure Coach Joe Urso not going to be super happy about. Expect them to be doing a lot of fielding training tomorrow morning before the next game.
Oh, yeah.
But Post, very good day at the plate. They brought home 8 runs, partially due to errors, but they capitalized when the Spartans made mistakes. Just a tough day for them on defense as Tampa lit up the scoreboard. One of the big moments, Walker Vanacek, grand salami. Big shot for the Spartans, but they also capitalized on some other hits across the order. Taking a look up and down the lineup, Braden Woodburn, just shy of the cycle. He picked up a 4 RBI day. 4 RBIs naturally for Vanacek as well. He picked up a 5th on an RBI walk. 3 RBIs for Irigoyen before getting replaced with Matthew Fogel. And off the bench, Jake Turr, 2 RBI single, something you'll love to see. Makara, also a pinch hit RBI single. Love to see that as well out of the rookie. Sadly, I don't think that one was broadcast, but I'm sure they'll try to find a way to save that game ball for his first Spartan RBI. So, that'll do it for the action here at the Birdcage. But we got one more game tomorrow morning. Should be a beautiful day. Wonder if it'll be as hot as today, but all I know is
I really hope so.
It'll be more exciting baseball. So, for Taylor Storley and Landon Wise, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully we'll have less difficulties and give you the full 9 innings tomorrow like we were unable to today.
Yeah.
But final score, your Spartans 19, Post 8. Tampa